Mr. Nixon, can you hear us? Mr. Nixon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're about to get started.
All right.
Good evening and welcome to our regular board meeting for March, Tuesday, March the 18th. We appreciate you being here, especially our students and our greeters and our musician and our parents and staff and any community members and guests. We appreciate you being here in support of our school district and especially our students. This evening we'll have an invocation followed by our national anthem that will be played by one of our seniors in the Band of Blue for the past 3 years, Princeton Brooks, and we're happy to have the piano tuned and a wonderful pianist that will be going to USC as a music major. So we wanted him to be able to display his talents. So if you will stand with me for the invocation, the national anthem followed by the pledge. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this is the day that you have made and you tell us to rejoice. So Father, we rejoice in this day that you have made that has been so beautiful. We thank you for the rain that refreshed our earth to wash away some of the pollen that's bringing spring. We thank you, Father, for the warm weather. Father, we thank you that you spared us from any destruction from the storms on Sunday, and we ask you to bless those that did not fare as well. Father, we lift up tonight's agenda. We lift up the decisions that need to be made. We thank you for your wisdom that you give so freely. We humbly bow as your servants leading your school district because they're your children, Father, and we count it all joy for the things you allow us to do. And now, Father, we pray as you taught us to pray, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed it be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, Princeton. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Mr. Finnegan, we thank you for arranging that. It was beautiful, and we're happy to hear the piano in good tune. And we thank Ms. Williams and her staff for getting that taken care of for us so we can enjoy it. Several of us enjoy music, and I hope you did as well. And we want to hear our students use their talents. As we move along, we are honored tonight to have our mission statement shared by two groups that were here to greet the Carlton County JV girls basketball. We thank them for being here, as well as the Thunderbolt Career and Technology Center FFA members. So we appreciate you coming up to say the mission statement and tell us a little bit about your group.
Carlton County School District will prepare every student to graduate with a 21st century education to be globally competitive for their chosen college and/or career path. My name is Ben. I'm a senior at Colleton County High School. I've been a part of FFA since my freshman year. The FFA motto is learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Hello everyone, my name is Shaman Collins. I am part of the FFA. I have been a part of the FFA since my sophomore year. I just want to share a little experience with you guys. Why is FFA important to me? We recently just went to Indianapolis where I got to bond with other FFA members around the whole world really, and just bonding with each other and just seeing the different things from different schools and what we can do to make a big difference. So I really did enjoy that, and that was an awesome experience. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marissa, and I'm a sophomore at Colleton County High School. We have a plant sale going on Saturday, April 12th, and we'd like to welcome all of you. It's self-grown by all of our TCTC Ag students, and welding has helped with it a lot, and it's from 9 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder about the plant sale. And we want to say thank you to Mr. and Ms. Lutton for the sponsorship that you give them for FFA and opportunities, and we appreciate the leadership that they bring to our community.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Coach Jones with the JV girls basketball team. I have one of my captains here, Brooklyn Stewart. A lot of my other girls are dual sport athletes, so a lot of them are either in practice or at a competition. So here's Brooklyn.
I'm Brooklyn, and our season this year was a lot of growth compared to last year. Last year we went through a lot of losses, and this year we just came together and we worked on everything we needed to work on, and we were 13-4 to end out the season, and I'm very proud of how all of us played together.
Thank you, Coach Jones, and we're looking forward to their next year.
Yes, JV girls know we're proud of y'all too. Thank you, Coach Jones.
Yes. And now the board will recite the civility pledge that we honor as part of the State School Board Association. So please join with me, board members. I pledge to build a stronger and more effective school board by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of my school district. Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have all of our board members present. Mr. Nixon is joining us by phone, and we appreciate everyone being able to arrange their calendars to be here tonight. Before you, board members, the agenda was sent by email for your review before it was posted publicly, and it is before you, so I'll entertain a motion that we approve the agenda for tonight.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the agenda for tonight.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion about the agenda that has been set for tonight? Hearing none, all those in favor, show your right hand. Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
So it is a unanimous vote that we can move forward with this agenda. I appreciate all the work that was done to get our agenda prepared. And any parents that were here, thank you for the students that displayed their talents tonight. We appreciate you being here. Moving on to our chairman's report, board members, you were sent minutes to approve from our February 18th meeting, our March 3rd meeting, our March 10th meeting, and our March 11th meeting. So I appreciate the opportunity that we were able to be together on those events, and the minutes were sent for your approval. So I'll entertain a motion for those minutes.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the minutes for February 18th, 2025, regular board meeting, February 3rd, 2025, special call board meeting, March 10th, 2025, special call board meeting, March 11th, 2025, committee of the whole.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion about the minutes that were sent for our review? Hearing none, all those in favor, right hand, and Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
So we have a unanimous vote to accept those minutes. Thank you, Ms. Hyman, for preparing those for our documentation. Board members, please be reminded, and I'm thankful that many of you have signed up for our Day at the Capitol we have every year. The board members around the state are invited for Wednesday, April the 9th. If you haven't given Ms. Hyman your intent to go and you want to go, please do that tonight so that she can get our registration secured. It is a full day with a meal, an opportunity to network with board members around our state as well as our state Senate and House of Representatives. And they're working on budget items, so it's always good for us to be there to remind them that we want to take care of our staff and our school district well.
Madam Chair, if I can just add to how difficult it is for our legislators to tell us no when they are looking right at us. It's easy to respond to an email, but showing up at the State House, there's just nothing else comparable. So if your time allows, it's worthy of your time to go up there and make our school district known.
Thank you. We'll look forward to that day. Moving along to our student recognition. Every member of Team Colleton works for kids and makes important contributions towards becoming a world-class school system. We all work together. In our student recognition tonight, we look forward, Superintendent Williams, to hearing about success of our students.
All right, thank you, Chair Strobel, and I'd like to say good evening to all board members, and I'd like to say good evening to all of our district staff, school staff, all of our parents, and our students. It gives me great pleasure to recognize our students that have gone above and beyond, and I'm so happy to see so many of our students here tonight along with their parents. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the student's name, and if they're here, we would like for them to come up front to get your certificate, and then I'm going to read about you what your principal wrote about you. Very nice things about you. And then we're going to ask our parents if you would stand as well so that we can recognize you, and then we're going to have our students go up and shake our board members' hands, okay? All right, so we're going to start with Bells Elementary School. We have Miss Aubrey Williams, a pre-K student at Bells Elementary. Let's give Aubrey a hand as she comes forward. And I think I see Aubrey's parents standing. Let's give her parents a round of applause. And I want to thank Principal Ferguson for being here with her student as well. And I'm going to read, Aubrey, what your principal and your teacher wrote about you. Aubrey is a joy to have in our school. She is a ray of sunshine. She comes down the hallway each morning greeting all of the teachers with a hug and smile. She is polite to her classmates and serves as her teacher's best helper. She genuinely has a love for school and learning. Let's give Miss Aubrey Williams. Okay.
Ms. Williams, I also see her teacher in the audience too. Hi, Ms. Caldwell.
Yes, wave your hand. Ms. Caldwell. Yes, let's give Ms. Caldwell a round of applause. And I just read in Ms. Caldwell's class, I think it was a week or two ago. Yes, beautiful, beautiful classroom. All right, next we have Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, Mr. Nathan Carter. Nathan Carter, pre-K student at Blackstreet. He's coming up. There you go. Nathan. They have the energy. So Nathan, I'm going to read what your principal, Principal Pearson, wrote about you and your teacher. And I think your mom is standing. If we could give his mother a round of applause. So Nathan exemplifies a positive attitude at all times. He is always cheerful and enthusiastic, and we could see that as he was coming up to the front. Even during challenging tasks, he is eager to learn new things, and he is not afraid to ask questions. He shows kindness as well as empathy with his fellow classmates. So let's give Nathan another round of applause. Principal Pearson, is she here? Didn't want to overlook. Okay, because I know she's usually here supporting her babies. All right, next we have Cottageville Elementary School. From Cottageville, Marley Tumbleston. Marley Tumbleston. Okay, Marley's not here with us tonight. All right, from Forest Hills Elementary School, Sky Spencer. Sky Spencer. So Sky, I'm going to read what was written by your principal, Principal Guarino, and your teacher. Sky goes above and beyond in everything she does. She actively participates in class, volunteers for anything needed, stays on top of her classwork, and is there for her friends. Sky does so much for everyone around her. She pushes herself and those around her to achieve everything thrown at them. I know she will continue to grow and achieve absolutely amazing things. Way to go, Sky. We are so proud of you. And I would like to ask if Sky's parents are here, if they would please stand in the back in the red. Principal Guarino? Okay, he's not here tonight. He's usually here as well. All right, now we're going to Hendersonville Elementary School, Octavian Wright. Octavian Wright. Okay, not with us. All right, we're going to move to Colleton County Middle School, Magali Miguel. If I said that correctly, Magali Miguel. All right, we're going to move on to Colleton County High School, Cesar Guerrera. All right. So Cesar Guerra is a 12th grade student at Colleton County High School. And I'm going to read what was written about you by your principal, Bodison, and your teachers. Since enrolling in our district in 2021, Cesar has continually impressed his teachers with his self-motivation and determination. He was on track to graduate with the class of 2025 this May and was recently selected as a recipient for a Namaste Laptop, a program which awards nominated seniors for their hard work, diligence, and post-high school goals. We are proud to acknowledge him as our Above and Beyond Student of the Month. His future is bright. So let's give Cesar another round of applause. And we ask his parents to please stand if you're with us tonight. And I don't see Principal Bodison.
Any other teachers?
Teachers. Any teachers here? Yes, please stand. Teachers, stand. Yes.
Thank you. It's Hooker and Miss Breeze.
Thank you. All right. From TCTC, we have Miss Brianna Elbert. Brianna Elbert. Okay. I see Director Kubik here. All right. From Colleton Adult Learning Center, Arturo Salazar. I think I said that. Did I say that right? All right. And Arturo is from the Adult Learning Center. And I'm going to read for you what your director wrote about you. Arturo is an extremely hardworking student. He has moved to the GED preparation course and is already scheduled to take his first official GED test. His passion for learning and achieving his goals is contagious to other students. Let's give Mr. Arturo another round of applause. And if his parents are here or teachers, would you please stand at this moment too?
Miss Breeze and Miss Beach. I see y'all.
Okay, all right. And then last but not least, we have a staff member that we want to recognize tonight. And I know we recognized our staff members last month, but we had a meeting and we were talking about ways that we collaborate as district leaders with our schools. And we had one of our district leaders to share how she, in her leadership role at the district office, went to a school. She went to the middle school and she provided PLC training at the middle school school in math for the principal. So I want tonight to recognize one of our newest members to the district office staff. She works in our human resources department, and I'd like for Ms. Catherine Fanchette to please come forward. Let's give her a hand as she comes. I just want to say that Ms. Fanchette has been an awesome addition to the district staff. Her passion, no, you stand there too. Her passion for advancing the district is very evident in the responsibilities that she takes on. She did not have to go to the middle school to provide that PLC training, but she did it because she knew that it was the right thing for our district. So thank you, Ms. Fanchette, and we do appreciate all that you do and will continue to do for the Colleton County School District. Let's give Ms. Fanchette a round of applause. She's worn lots of hats.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Tell Mr. Ritter I said
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Way to go, way to go. Good job. You want pizza for that? Pizza? Nice tonight.
Thanks for all the hats you wear. We appreciate it.
Congratulations. Congratulations, young man. Keep up the good work. You won't check out, man.
Chair Strobel, that ends our recognition for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, and all of the staff and parents that were here to support. We appreciate you and the hard work you do. Moving on, we have public input on our agenda. Do we have any public input, Ms. Hyman? Thank you. Any old business, board members? Any new business? So we're on item number 7 on our agenda. There is a first reading for policy GCEC, posting and advertising of professional vacancies, and I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to thank the Policy Committee and administration for the review of policy GCEC. However, the policy that we have been presented still has areas of clarity, and without it does not serve the needs of our school district. I therefore make a motion to refer the policy back to the Policy Committee. It may be that this policy needs to be tabled until there is further clarification provided.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second that this policy be referred back to the Policy Committee, and then it can come, of course, to the board when the Policy Committee is ready for it to receive action as a first reading. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, we could vote on this motion, but we can always clear it up on this before the second reading if you wanted to do that, but that's...
Correct. Correct, Mr. Murdoch. We absolutely could. So we have a motion, we have a second, we have discussion. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table to refer this policy back to the Policy Committee, show by right hand. Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
So we have moved that this policy will go back to the Policy Committee, and it's referred back.
One against.
And it was one that
Strobel,
would...
you need to ask for nays as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Anyone, thank you. Anyone that would not want that motion to carry. Thank you. So there was 6 of us that would move it back to the Policy Committee, and 1 that would prefer that we go forward. Thank you for that opportunity. Moving to our policy items, second reading, we don't have any for this meeting. And our superintendent's report, our core value is effective leadership supports learning and optimal performance for all students. Our superintendent will give us an update, and then board members, you can listen in her report for some action that will need to be taken for several items, and we'll stop for action as needed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair Strobel, and good evening again to our board members and our district leaders, staff, and the community. Thank you again. Before I begin my report, I would just like to introduce one of our new district leaders that is with us tonight, Ms. Brandy Bozeman. She is our new Director of Federal Programs, and we'd like for you to stand, Ms. Bozeman, to be recognized. And we're so happy to have her as a part of our staff, and we look for great things from you, Ms. Bozeman. And I would also like to recognize Ms. Hamilton. She's back with us this evening, and just want to say welcome back to Ms. Hamilton as well. So I want to start, it's going to be on this slide for a little bit, because I want to start this evening report by just acknowledging to all of our district staff that first and foremost, on behalf of the School Board of Trustees and the administration of the school district, that we deeply appreciate all that you do for the students and families of this community. Listening labs were held over the past 2 months by the Office of Human Resources, and information was reported back to me, and I, in turn, reported that information to our school board members. As a collective body, we are working diligently on your behalf, staff members. I want you to know that we are acknowledging your request for increased pay, amongst other requests that were shared, and we are taking all of the information shared into consideration, but the top concern that was shared was staff asking for an increase in pay. Another top concern dealt with having more autonomy and flexibility with our prescribed curriculums used in our district. I want you to know that we hear you, we've heard you, we are working on a plan to address some of the issues that you have identified. Pay and autonomy were not the only issues, but those were the top 2 issues. And I wanted to let you know how we disaggregated that data. We actually took all of the comments and we put it in one spreadsheet. And then we sorted it to see which comments came up the most. And that's how we came up with pay and autonomy. And board members, you know that I went through a list of, I think, about maybe 20 things, 25 things that were mentioned, so that you would be fully aware and to be fully transparent with you about some of the things that our staff mentioned. We know that we have a lot of work to do, and the district staff and school staff is up for that challenge. I want the staff to know that we can't fix everything that was mentioned, but I want you to know that we are working vigorously to develop plans to address your concerns. So I just wanted to publicly say that, and I wanted to thank our school district staff again for their service and their dedication, and we look forward to the school district's upward trajectory. Okay. I also have 2 announcements that I would like to make also tonight. I want to thank, and I know that our Director of Exceptional Learning is not here with us tonight, but I want to thank the Office of Exceptional Learning and all of our special education teachers, teacher assistants, for collaborating with Dorchester School District 4 for the awesome Special Olympics that was held this past Friday at Woodland High School. It was a phenomenal event. I was able to travel to Woodland High School on Friday, and I was able to experience the day. It was a beautiful day, and our teachers, our staff, our students had a great time. And I just want to thank all of our special education staff, and I also want to share with you that next year Colleton County School District will host this event with DD4 next year. And it could be other districts as well, but I just wanted to let you know that. I also would like to make another announcement concerning our high school graduation. Our high school graduation will be held on Friday, May 23rd, 2025 at 7:00 p.m. and the ceremony will be held at Cougar Stadium. For additional information, please contact or reach out to Colleton County High School.
Ms. Williams, I just wanted to echo thank you to your staff, and so happy that after COVID we can go back to Special Olympics that the kids enjoy, and other students that were able to participate in that, and staff as well, like our nurses and other folks. And I wanted to say a special thanks to Trustee Irwin for making sure our districts were connected for that event. I appreciate him making sure we didn't miss that because it was a short deadline, and your staff getting that together. So happy to hear we can return the favor next year, and let us know what we can do to support that and have our communities to support it, because there are some civic clubs like the Civitans, and I don't want to forget to tell you, that want to be involved in that like they used to be. Right. And donate.
Sounds good. Good. Thank you. And yes, thank you, Trustee Irwin, for letting us know about that opportunity so that we wouldn't miss it. It was a great opportunity. Okay. At this time, I would like to ask for your approval of the recommendations that I provided to you last week. And I am requesting that the board considers forgiving January 23rd and 24th due to Winter Storm Enzo, and forgiving March 5th due to the threat of high windstorms and tornadoes. I'm also requesting that you consider making April 25th a half-day due to the Rice Festival, which we do annually, and also May 23rd a half-day, as that is graduation day and that is also the last day of school. I want to also make mention, because a request was made at the last meeting for the district leadership to look at the calendar that had a later start date and less days out of school. And we did that, and we went back and we looked to see that there was a survey that was sent. However, at this time, the district administration is not recommending any changes to our calendar. We want to stay steadfast with the calendar that has already been voted upon by our school board of trustees, and we have given our staff an opportunity to give their feedback and to hear their voices in choosing the calendar.
Board members, if you would take a look at item number 9.02 and what Ms. Williams has reviewed with us, the board is allowed to forgive 3 days, and she's asking that we grant that forgiveness. She's also asking our permission for the half-days for Rice Festival and graduation, so I'll entertain a motion for action at this time.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the 3 days for inclement weather and also the 2 half-days for our community events.
We have a motion and a second for the forgiveness of 3 days that they're noted on our handout and on the slide, and also that we observe half-days for Rice Festival and graduation day. Any discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Williams and the administration, thank you for considering the adjustment of next year's school calendar. I still feel that our school year begins too early for the main purpose of providing breaks in the calendar year, but also knowing that we're going to have weather challenges. Knowing that, it makes it hard to create the normalcy and consistency that I think our students really need. And I'm going to use my vote when making decisions about the calendar to do what's best for the instructional needs of our students. I thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion about the motion that's on the floor that we forgive 3 days and we allow 2 half-days? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion of forgiving 3 days and allowing 2 half-days, raise your hand, or Mr. Nixon will listen for your response either as an aye or a nay. Right hands for, okay, we have right hands for favor and an aye, and those opposed likewise. Did you catch that, Ms. Hyman? Yes, ma'am. So the motion carries 5-2, and we appreciate Ms. Williams and you and your staff looking at those calendars for next year and also making sure that we're covered, hopefully, for this year with the things that we can forgive and the things that are needful.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members, for your votes on those items.
Okay. All right. Thank you, board members. At this time, I ask for your approval of the textbook recommendations that were sent to you on last week, Thursday, based upon the presentation that was given by Mrs. Hedden and her staff, and also based upon the voices of our teachers and teacher leaders. That was sent to you as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Williams. And board members, you might reflect last week, or if you were able to watch the video, if you didn't see the full presentation, the curriculum staff gave a good overview and the process that's involved in getting our books selected. They followed the process that's involved, so they've made recommendations that you can see before us, and I'll entertain a motion that we adopt the math textbooks that have been properly reviewed and brought to us as a recommendation.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the books discussed to us on last week.
The math textbooks that were discussed, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second that we accept, and you can see the math textbook. Some of these, remember, board members, they highlighted that we might not have the courses, but they want to have the books while it's the adoption time, so that if we do have the courses, such as calculus, then we would have the books available. So some of those, you know, we look forward to having if we need them. So hearing the motion and the second, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a show of right hands for those in favor, or an aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, likewise. Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, and we appreciate, Ms. Williams, you and your staff for those selections.
I end my report for tonight, I just want to make you aware of 2 grants that the school district was awarded that our staff applied for, and I'm very elated to let you know about these grants. The first grant is called the Strategic Compensation Grant, and this grant will support innovative strategic educator compensation initiatives in public and charter schools. The grant award that the school district was awarded was $62,100, and this grant will serve Bells Elementary School in a compensation approach of excellence in teaching for grades K through 5. It will be based upon the fall 2024 and spring 2025 student growth. And for the record, I just want to say that when we applied for this grant, we applied for the grant for all of our elementary schools. However, the State Department, from the information that I received when I went to the superintendent's roundtable last Thursday, the State Department chose 1 school from each district that applied that they approved of their plan. So this award will only be for one of our elementary schools, and I would like for us in the future to maybe think about how we may be able to structure a plan like this that could affect all of our elementary, middle, and high schools at some point. But I'm happy to share that, you know, we did receive that grant. We also received another grant called the Palmetto Math Pathway Grant. This grant will support what's called a high-dose tutoring in the amount of $66,300, and this grant will serve Colleton County Middle School. The grant targets tutoring for students at what is designated as Palmetto Math Schools, where there are a particular percentage or more of students who score in the do not meet category. So this grant is aimed at improving those student outcomes by providing after-school tutoring to those students, and the State Department fully paying for it. So I want to thank Dr. Jenkins and her team, Mrs. Hedden, Mrs. McDonald, and our content specialists who help to craft, develop, and write these grants. So please give them a round of applause for their work.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, and if you'll circle back, we appreciate those funds coming in, and it'll support children.
May I ask a question about that topic?
Yeah.
Before you move on? If I may, I just wanted to add to the benefit of both of these grants, and it's wonderful, and I'm very grateful that we have the ability to apply the grant money to the specific programs that they are applicable to. I do want to make note that the strategic compensation grant that's money in addition to what staff already receive. Is that correct, based on?
That is additional funding based upon the growth of their students on their formative assessment.
Which is a wonderful thing to be able to offer additional compensation for successful, staff. And so I just want to say how rewarding that is for us to be able to offer that to our certified staff. However, I do want to add the challenge before us as a school district to provide certified staff in compensation, and how, not to rain on what Ms. Barrett may present or anything that we talk about in finance later, but our district receives so much money from the state, so much money from federal programs, and all of these combined with local revenue in order to create our compensation packages. This is an enormous addition for that one school. I don't want to lose sight, though, of how the funding formulas are created and how restricted we are, especially hearing Ms. Williams from our staff and how much they are telling us, and we want to be able to appreciate so much of the work of our Human Resource Department to get that information to us. Yes. And I just want to be able to say that it's wonderful things like the Strategic Compensation Grant and the work of those that applied for it, to get this added funding. But I also want to recognize the struggles that are just meeting the bare minimums of what it is that we are required by the state primarily to fund our certified staff. So it's a real challenge, and this is a wonderful addition, but there's a lot of work just to get to that minimum, and this is really a nice gravy place to add to, and just appreciate the work that's been done for it.
Thank you, Ms. Week.
Thank you.
Ms. Wickens, and thank you, Superintendent Williams, that y'all caught those grants and any others that are out there, and we look forward to possibly a grant writer part-time, and I know our county is looking for that as well, so that we can supplement if we don't get what we need from our State House. So, Ms. Williams, circle back, please, the overnight field trip. We don't want those students to miss that opportunity for 9.04 if I missed that.
Yes, so we do have 2 overnight field trips for your consideration. The first trip will occur March 21st through March 22nd. The field trip name is the Tulsa Welding Competition 2025. The location is Jacksonville, Florida. The trip sponsor is Jerry Edens at TCTC. There will be 6 students attending and 1 adult. These students will compete against several students in other states. Students will also get the opportunity to look into their next chance to become a welder. And then we also have another trip. The dates for this trip are March 22nd through March 23rd, 2025. This is the Band of Blue CWEA Scholastic A competition. The location is Rock Hill, South Carolina. The trip sponsor is Mr. Tom Finnegan. The number of students is 40, and the number of adults is 4. And basically, the winter percussion and the JV Winter Guard, they will perform in Rock Hill on Saturday, March 22nd. And then the percussion, they perform at 2:30, and JV performs at 8:21. So then they have another classification that begins at 11 o'clock the next morning. So instead of turning around and going back home and then coming back, to be back in Rock Hill at 11:06, because they just got these performance times, they are requesting this now to be an overnight trip.
So board members, we received in our packet the field trip request for welding, so I'll entertain a motion for that one first.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the field trip for the welders.
Second.
We have a motion and a second that we accept the field trip opportunity for our welding students. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Williams, before us, we only have the one. Okay, just so you know.
We only have the one because we just received the other one.
Okay, and in looking at what we have before us and then hearing what you have just described, both of those field trips, overnight field trips that need board approval, are being presented to us 1 week prior to their departure date. I thought that it was usual and customary for those to be presented at least a month prior.
Yes, ma'am, they are supposed to be presented. Now, I know that the band was presented before, but because of their change in schedule and the fact that they have to be there, they have like 3 different competitions and 3 different performance times, so it wouldn't make sense for them to go home and come back. So that's the reason why that one came in a little late. The other one, I'm not so sure about why that one is late, but you're absolutely right. It should be sent in a more timely manner.
In the effectiveness of the motion that's presented before us, which is just the welding, there, and you gave a clear explanation on the other, but just making note, if we may, on the timeline, if we are to thoroughly review these as deemed appropriate for overnight field trips, you know, I don't want to hold any child back from an educational opportunity, but, you know, if we need to adjust our meeting times appropriate, so that these can be done, so transportation needs can be met, just let us know.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to ask, Madam Chair, if I can, Superintendent Williams, I'm kind of with Ms. Whitkin. Today is March the 18th, and this welding trip, which I want our kids to go, please don't mistake that, but they leave on March the 21st, and the board hasn't approved this. How did they reserve hotel rooms? How did they register and all that with the board not approving the trip? And it's 3 days out.
So I can't answer that. I was looking to see if Mr. Cubic was still here so that he might be able to shed some more light into that. I don't know, Ms. Hyman, do you know if they've already booked their hotel? I don't know. I don't know if they've already done it or not. Yeah, we can find out for you.
I would love to have that information, because I would assume that they've already had to book hotels and pay registration fees and all those things. And if that happened before the board approved the trip, then I think we've got another issue we need to look at. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, for looking into that timeliness, so we don't miss those opportunities, you know, for something that might need to get corrected on our end, that we have the lead time. I know that's why that's built in, so I'm sure you'll look into that. And just to add to the discussion, I'd sent to you, Ms. Williams, and I want to make sure to announce this, there are work ethic scholarships available to students like our welding students and others at TCTC. Okay. I sent it to you to make sure it gets to the proper guidance and, you know, people that speak to our students, parents even, the microworks.org, and there's a lot of money there to try to get our skilled labor, and kids can make really, you know, good careers out of those opportunities at TCTC and the technical colleges. So please, if you would just, I want to just remind to get that out to the appropriate people. We have a motion, we have a second. We'll work on the timeliness of getting those to us, board members. All those in favor of the motion for the field trip for the welding? Right hand. Mr. Nixon?
Aye.
Unanimous. Nobody opposed that, so we appreciate those opportunities for our students. And now we have the information Ms. Williams is bringing to us for the band trip with the accommodations that need to be made for those 2 things to happen upstate, and we appreciate the opportunity, Ms. Williams, to approve that. We don't have a paper copy to go by, but we have Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan is here, and he's willing to give that to you now.
And we have 40 people and 4 adults to 40 kids, so that all sounds appropriate. So board members, as you have a chance to look over this and the paperwork that's required, we appreciate the opportunities, Mr. Finnegan, you give to organize for these students on your weekends. So I entertain a motion for the Band of Blue field trip out of town.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we accept the field trip for the band.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the overnight field trip that's before you for the Band of Blue. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, show right hand or say aye.
Aye.
And it's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't want to present an issue without making fully understood that, you know, as a board member, and I know as a board, all of us want as many educational opportunities as possible, and we recognize that the monitor and just status of everything in our schools is always applied. So again, if we can meet necessary for the approval so that the proper coordination can occur, please let us know.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Williams, in your report?
That ends my report, Chair Strobel.
Okay. Moving on our agenda, the next report, 9.05, would be our human resource report. Ms. Williams?
For our human resources report, that report was embedded in my report last month. So if you have any questions concerning that, I think it was maybe one slide, Mrs. Hamilton is here, and she's willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. It gave us an outline of those recruitment efforts that are going on. So if anything else to add, we'll entertain Ms. Hamilton. Thank you for that report. We look forward to good results. Board members, any other questions?
Madam Chair, I know we already did this, but I do just want to echo Ms. Hamilton, thank you. We're very glad that you are back and doing well. So you were missed.
Moving on to 9.06, any additional updates for our finance report from your staff? Ms. Williams?
Yes, Ms. Barrett will come before you now to talk a little bit about the budget timeline and answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, he's got it.
Unless you want to do it.
Good evening, board members, and to the public. I just wanted to go over a recap of what we did as far as the budget calendar. We had a budget work session on March the 3rd where we outlined the budget process and reviewed the millage increase calculation. We also had the state. Well, we already received information from the state based on the House and Ways and Means Committee budget. So we are calculating that now. They already gave us the new proposed salary schedule based on that budget, which is the $1,500. So we are already there working new numbers and calculating everything with the revenue that they have given us and with the salary calculation. We're working on those numbers now. We are also still in the process of reviewing the budget requests from schools and departments to ensure that all the necessary resources are included in the budget. And we just want to propose on maybe April the 1st, we propose on having a budget work session to go over the first reading of the budget before we actually present it, if that's okay with you all. And
Ms. Barrett, just so you know, April the 1st is county council. County council meets on April 1st.
Okay, but we'll come up with another date. Okay. Okay, you have my monthly finance report, and I would be happy to answer any question that you may have.
Board members, any question for any of the reports that we have in our packet to review and accept?
Madam Chair, if I may, just for clarification and understanding of the budget reading, the first reading will become before the board. Will that be prepared and presented on the 8th, which is the committee of the whole for approval on the 22nd? Okay.
And that will be the House Ways and Means.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we'll actually, just for reference, because we're off during the spring break, you know, guys, we'll have 2 weeks for full and complete review before that is the first reading is approved, which is, I think, extra time, and will be great. Just make a note of those dates in April.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett, for keeping us up to date. And Ms. Williams, if you'll keep that on our calendars that we get on Fridays and the April calendar, so we can make sure we're available to keep things on time for the budget.
Okay.
Moving along, last week, we heard the presentation about our bonds, and there would be action required from that presentation. If you weren't able to hear it, some of you slipped out, you can catch that because it was recorded. So I'll entertain a motion for the bond resolution to be accepted.
Madam Chair, the resolution authorizing the insurance and sale of not to exceed 16 million general obligation bond in one or most series in one or more years, with appropriation series designation, including a tax exemption series and a taxable series, if appropriate, of the school district of Carleton County, South Carolina.
Thank you. That is the motion that we accept the bond resolution that we were given last week. And do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the presentation that was given to us?
Madam Chair, if I may, just for clarification, the money that will be obtained through the bond resolution is specifically used for capital. And that is our projects, maintaining our facilities. It may not, however, be used towards operations. We may not use the funds in this bond resolution to pay our certified staff, to pay our classified staff, to do the normal day-to-day things that have to be done in order to maintain our facilities and educate our students. And that's an important point I want to make sure that is understood as we make this, as this motion is made, and we consider acceptance of this motion, and that is just making sure that we all understand the difference in the capital needs of this district and the operating dollars that are necessary. Again, as explained earlier, operations is going to come from a combination of federal, state, and local revenue. It is not coming from this bond resolution. This bond resolution has many, many, many purposes that this district and this board will carefully review so that we can have the facilities that our students need for years to come.
Thank you, Ms. Wickham, for highlighting that to the board and to our staff and community. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, if I could, I just want to clarify for my purposes of how I'm going to vote tonight. I feel like our district has money set aside that we are not using currently, and it's hard for me to vote to accept the full amount of money that we're asking for when we're going to pay interest on that money, when we could use our own money and not pay interest on it. I feel like it's a waste of the district's money, and that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor to accept the bond resolution that was presented last week. We have a second. We'll take a vote for all those in favor for a show of right hand.
Aye.
And all those opposed likewise. Thank you. 5-2. Moving on to item number 10, academic and student affairs. Our core purpose is teaching and learning, and that's what we're here for, to make sure our students, the next generation, are prepared. So we'll entertain any questions or new information for the interim superintendent report from Dr. Cordelia Jenkins.
Our distinguished board members and Superintendent Williams, you have a copy of my report from the Division of Academics and Student Affairs, and I would like to highlight the next one. Yes, the technical assistance that we received from the State Department of Education. Our transformational coach, I would like to highlight and acknowledge that she works feverishly with our district and school leaders in order to make sure that effective practices are happening in our classroom with our students. She also meets with our superintendent and district leaders to discuss data and professional development opportunities for our district leaders. Our transformational coach, she works with district and school leaders on our district and school ATSI plans, and we're currently waiting for approval to move forward with spending funds for our ATSI plans from year 24. And lastly, I would like to highlight that our transformational coach participated with our district and school leaders to discuss summer opportunities for our high school students. Okay, I would like to also highlight our attendance data on the last slide. We currently have, as of March 4th, 4,455 students enrolled in our district. And I would like to give some data from our registration day activity that was held, the event that was held here on February 27th. The data yields 25 4K students enrolled that day, along with one second grade student that was a sibling to the 4K student. Superintendent Williams wants us to plan another registration day, and those plans are underway. I just want to highlight, because we keep track of our enrollment day and our important reports from our attendance office, the 135th day would have been today, but I think since you all this evening, because the school board approved the inclement weather days that Superintendent Williams presented, I think our 135th day may be tomorrow, but I will verify that by the next meeting. This concludes my report for this evening. If you have any questions, I will be glad to entertain them at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I just wanted to highlight that I've received some feedback from the community that, you know, there have been times when we didn't have the money to fully fund summer school before we had ESSER, and some parents, you know, are fine if they have to pay fees, you know, to support summer school, because we've provided the free education for 180 days. So, you know, there are some parents that understand that. That's an addition, as well as looking at options like virtual for, you know, some of our middle or high school, particularly high school, that need the credit for summer school. Those are some things other districts are doing to cut the cost of the buses and the lunches and, you know, full staff.
Yes, thank you for that, Chair Strobel, and just want to let you know that we are looking at planning for some type of paid summer school, particularly at our middle school. Principal Peoples is working on developing a plan for that, and also at our early childhood center, Principal Pearson has asked to develop a plan for that as well. We were able to, in the past, support more of our summer activities through ESSER funds, which we do not have anymore. So we are trying our best to provide some opportunities for our students, but I have made an announcement, and I did send an auto dialer to our parents, letting them know that it's very important for our students to buckle down and do their very best during the 180 days that they have during the school year. Our summer school does provide some intervention, but that's only 16 days. And when you compare 16 days to 180, and I know that we don't have a full 180 because of days that we've missed, but we do want to, you know, make sure that we can offer some opportunities for our children. But the message here is, parents, please make sure that your students are doing their very, very best, and our district is looking at ways to provide some summer opportunities for our schools that don't have that funding, such as the middle school and the preschool center.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, board members?
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Williams, I have shared with you some concerns, and I think they echo a lot that has been discussed previously by the board about the impact program. I know that we received information, thank you, Dr. Jenkins, on the number of students enrolled, and I just, as we move forward with that being a Tier 3 MTSS program, and better understanding what that looks like, what it is restricted to, what students, parent permissions, and necessary intake information, goes into their enrollment different than that of an alternative program. And if you could further explain that so that when board members are requesting based on hearing from our staff, the discipline concerns of our elementary students, how we can adjust what we are doing so that those students are better, are more successful in our school district.
Thank you, Ms. Whitkin. Did you want me to address that now? There's a difference between the MTSS program and an alternative school setting, but we are exploring moving to that setting if it is approved by the State Department. There's more steps to having an alternative program because we have to go through the State Department, make sure that it meets all of the requirements. So we will be exploring that because I know that you've brought that to me last week when we met, and we will explore what needs to take place for that to happen. I do understand that, sometimes when teachers recommend students for the impact program, we must have parents to sign off agreeing with that alternative placement for their child. Whereas with an alternative setting that's approved by the State Department, they may not have to get parent approval. So we are exploring it, looking at it, and we will bring an update to you concerning what we found and the steps that we need to take in order to get that program started.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I think specifically after hearing too from the listening labs, the needs of our staff to have the appropriate place for students that have these needs that have been recognized. And the board has mentioned a number of times, the desire for those numbers and impact to increase so that we feel that we're able to provide the students as well as what the staff is telling us they need, the right accommodations for these students. So that adjustment from Tier 3 accommodations to an alternative program, just keep us updated on what may be done for that.
Ms. Williams, also wanted to echo last week you mentioned that we're continuing to move forward, and I wanted to echo that the meeting is set, the second meeting is set with our county, city, and school district. Mr. Stavanger and I are joining Ms. Williams and Mr. Kubik to try to promote our students at TCTC having the opportunity for law enforcement as a completed program as well as fire science. So we look forward to a second meeting next week and bringing you more information how we can expand those offerings to help our students and our community. Moving on.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Pinkins, anything else or any other questions, board members?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for that report, and we continue to look forward to success with our third quarter and the tests that students will be taking at the end of the year. I know you're preparing well for that. Moving along to our item number 11, our operational management core value, a safe, secure, and positive learning environment will be conducive for teaching and learning. And we appreciate all of the staff that helps make sure our buildings are safe, secure, and have a positive learning environment. So, Dr. Wright, we look forward to any update you want to give us from the report that we received.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam Superintendent, represent the Division of Operational Management. You have my report that was presented to you earlier. There are two significant highlights that I would like to bring to the board's attention tonight. One is dealing with the update on the Ruffin project. We have been working around very diligently to close that project to the extent we have finalized all the information we need to have our request for proposal posted as early as today, Madam Chair, so that we can move forward with the closure of the Ruffin project. The second thing that I would like to highlight for the board members tonight, Madam Chair, is that we are so excited about our teachers and how the Division of Operations supports teaching and learning. And one of the ways that we support teaching and learning from the Division of Operations, specifically through technology, we have rolled out a new printing program program for all of our classroom teachers, more of an update. And I would like to thank Mr. William Zorn as well as Ms. Beth Frank and the team for making sure that they've gone through an expedited process of getting those brand new printers in our classrooms to help teachers. Time and time again, you hear teachers often talk about the need of having some printing right there available in their classrooms and right at hand. And this is so going to help our classroom teachers with that process. So again, we have rolled out that process. We'll be wrapping up that process before spring break. And by the means of wrapping up, that we have secured printings for every classroom in our school district for Carleton County School District. So we're excited about that process. Madam Chair, I know I said 2 points of celebrations, but I would also like to take an opportunity to inform the board and our superintendent that through 8 months of trial and error, we have finally gotten the superintendent's wing and suite with heating and air, all thanks to the all thanks to the Division of Operational Management, specifically to our new team members as part of our district consultants that really facilitated that process, and we were relentless on making sure we closed that gap. So we're excited, and we hope that brings closure to that process, at least for a while, that we will no longer have, we will have reduced AC problems out of that class, out of that wing in our district office. I know the superintendent is feeling really well. We had a meeting with her all day yesterday working on budgets, and she almost sweltered us out of her office because she felt so good having that heat in her office. That completes any report from me, Madam Chair. Any questions I may entertain from board members at this time?
If you go back to the slide that went by quickly for the north side roof.
Yes, ma'am. Questions you have about that? That north side roof, if board members can recall, during September 2024, I presented to the board all of the school district's roofing projects and where they were in terms of their warranty situation. So I'm bringing back for your recollection where we are with the north side roofing warranty. That roof warranty will end as of July 29th, 2025.
So is it renewed? Are we renewing it?
I don't think we're moving forth with any questions or discussions between the superintendent's office and the board about renewing any of those warranties right now. However, if that becomes a directive through the superintendent from the board for us to look at renewing, updating those warranties, we would certainly put that as part of an objective as a Tier 1 activity for the Division of Operations. And what we consider a Tier 1 activity in the Division of Operations, we define Tier 1 as those projects that will have an impact on life, health, and safety and have a direct impact on teaching and learning in our school district.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. I don't know that, I mean, I don't think you need, do you need action from the board for that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We just yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We just not have that conversation about capital improvement.
Yeah, thank you for reminding. I know we'd received that date earlier, and I tend to remember numbers, so thank you for refreshing my memory that we'd received that when we got all of the dates for roofs.
Yes, ma'am.
And just let's refresh our memories that we talked about the high school roof, this roof, that the high school's expired, this one is going to expire, and we had discussion about all of that happening simultaneously.
Yes, ma'am. You're absolutely right, Madam Chair.
Yes, I just want to say that we are in the process of gathering all of our capital project needs because we don't want to piecemeal. We want to make sure that we have all of our needs together, and then I'll present that to the board to let you know that we're moving forward. I know that we've already talked about the high school roof, and you've already given your okay to proceed with that. But I will be coming to you soon, probably at the April meeting, to list all of those urgent Tier 1 projects that we need to make sure that we cover soon.
Okay, and my thought, I know you're looking at the budget, my thought was the actual work and the contractors and the bids and those things would sort of be simultaneous, is how we've done things in the past when they're, both projects that are similar. So we appreciate new information on that quickly. Any other questions about the report?
No questions. Dr. Wright, I know I'm probably usually one of the ones that comes to you first with complaints, so I think it's only fair that I come to you tonight in public to let you know that I have overwhelmingly heard nothing but compliments from Building and Grounds in the past month about how well things are running and just positive, which is not what I'm used to hearing. So I just wanted to let you know that obviously things are running well and people are happy, and I wanted you to know that.
Thank you, Board Member Stavanger. It feels real good to, as the leader of this organization, actually hear board members say that. We really put a lot of investment time in the refresh and the reunification of that culture in Buildings and Grounds, and so we're starting to see the turnaround. And I think the guys are they're not just happy about their work and what they're doing. They're getting a sense of direction in their work and what they're doing.
Madam Chair, if I may, I have two quick questions. One, Dr. Wright, if it would be okay, I would like to kind of shoot this one over to Mr. Zorn just for clarification. On the printer installation, does that mean all printer-related issues are now back in-house with our IT department? We no longer have any third-party contract doing the printer stuff? I didn't mean for it to get up. I was hoping you were just going to be able to say yes.
All teacher printing is in-house.
Okay, so we're back to doing everything as far as the
so each
cartridges.
teacher has their own printer. The technology department will be maintaining the printers and the stock for the teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Zorn. And Dr. Wright, I just have one question real quick about your report about the Colleton County Middle School bleachers. There's a statement in there that says being reassessed to review potential vulnerability in installation. Can you just give me a little bit of insight?
I can give you a little bit of insight on that.
Thank you.
Upon further review by myself and the team, we saw a potential, and I'm going to use the term vulnerability for the sake of an open meeting, that caused me to say, we're going to pause, invite the company to come back and fix before we move forward.
And Dr. Wright, all I want to say is thank you, A, for taking the time to notice that, and B, for taking the time to make sure that they do what they're supposed to do and do it correctly. When we did the banners at the stadium, I had great concern because over half of the cost of those banners was the installation, and not long after they were hanging down and have hung down several times again. So whenever we're spending tremendous amounts on project in installation, we really need to make sure that the companies are doing everything and doing it completely and doing it not up to their satisfaction, but up to our satisfaction. So I really appreciate you taking time to notice that and staying on them to make sure that's done correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Wright, one other question. I know we got a report that you were looking into whether we were going to replace the cooling tower or repair, and has that decision been made?
No, ma'am, that decision has not been made at this time. While the assessment has been done, we are just evaluating dollars.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may just say, one thing that I heard this week is that a hungry child cannot learn. And one thing that you spoke of in your presentation was the essential needs of our Buildings and Grounds Department and the project needs of our facilities. And so along those same lines, a student that has a leaky roof is not able to learn either. The facility maintenance of our district is so crucial, and I hope that by this bond resolution that passed tonight and the capital necessary to address the needs, that we can begin to prioritize process of really focusing on what it is we need to do and having the timelines and real ability to plan for those needs. So just a correlation that I wanted to pull together. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may respond to Board Member Wickens' comment, which was very apropos. I want to, on behalf of the superintendent, just apprise the board that through our planning this year, we have done a lot of discussion and moving discussion into action regarding capital improvement projects and how do we prioritize those capital improvements to meet the needs of our children for teaching and learning purposes. A part of the assessment process that I've been through for the past 2 months and still going through is that we've learned, for this cliche, we have become a jack of all trades and a master of none. And so sometimes in order to get things right, we had to reassess priorities, we had to put processes in place, and we had to be really intentional about how we align our money and how we align when we bring companies into the school district to maximize on that potential and make sure that they're doing those things correctly. With that being said, we are moving away from the quick, let's get it done, get it out the way process to a more methodical, slow and steady, wins the race, and do it right.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We look forward to that core value being exercised for a safe, secure, and positive environment. We know we're moving in the right direction, so we'll have buildings that are conducive for teaching and learning. Moving on, board members, we're going to be moving into executive session soon, and Mr. Nixon, we are happy that he could join us electronically. So by board policy, we need to take action so that he may attend the executive session electronically. So I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept board members to attend executive session electronically.
I second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor of the said motion, show by right hand. Thank you. Mr. Nixon, we'll enjoy your participation with us in executive session. And at this time, the motion carried for that to happen. And we now would need to go into executive session, board members. We do have 4 items you can see on our agenda. And we would like for some discussion to happen with our superintendent on employment matters that might involve hiring separations or resignations. We would also like discussion and receipt of legal advice. Thank our attorneys for being here today and glad they had good traveling weather. And a new QT to stop at. They're enjoying that, y'all. So we'll get advice from them on property and contractual matters that we're working on. We also need their advice on pending litigation matters, as well as their advice in our discussion regarding the season that we're in for the superintendent's goals and contract. So I'll entertain a motion for executive session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter to executive session for the items just described, 13.01 through 13.04.
Second.
We have a motion and a second that we enter into executive session for only the 4 topics that are identified. All those in favor, a show of right hand or an aye.
Aye.
And we have a unanimous vote. We will return and take any action that we need to. We appreciate you being here and hope you enjoy the rest of your week if you're not here when we return. We'll enter back into open session. Is there a motion for that to happen?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter back into open session.
Second.
There's a motion and a second that we enter back into open session. Any discussion? All those in favor, right hand. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. We'll enter back into open session. At this time, there's a statement that will be read and a motion. So who would like to go first?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we authorize the board chair to engage in negotiations to extend and amend the superintendent contract for a year or until June 30th, 2026, subject to term discussed in executive session.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there any discussion?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just would like to state on record that if we're going to continue on as a district with this slogan, it's all about the kids, I don't feel like the decision that's being made tonight is in reference to the kids whatsoever. And I can't support this decision based on that information.
Thank you. Is there other discussion?
Madam Chair, I just want to echo, we have this slogan that says it's all about the kids and the time is now, and I just feel like approving this motion tonight is opposite of that. We owe our kids, we owe our staff, and we owe our community better than continuing to delay doing what needs to be done in this district.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? At this time, I'll call for the vote. We have a motion on the floor that we extend the superintendent's contract until 2026 and subject to the terms that were agreed upon in executive session. So I'll ask for a show of hands, and Mr. Nixon, of course, you can answer aye or nay. A show of hands for the vote.
Aye.
And those opposed? The motion carries, and we are very appreciative of those of you that were here tonight, and we're appreciative of each board member and all of our staff working together for what's best for the kids, because it's all about the kids, and the time is now. And we will adjourn for tonight and be back on April the 8th.
Madam Chair, if I may, after discussions in executive session tonight, March 18, 2025, the Colleton County School District Board of Trustees voted to extend Superintendent Jessica Williams' contract for 1 year, or until June 30th, 2026. Mrs. Williams also informed the board that she would be stepping down from the position of superintendent at the end of that term, stating that her belief that the Lord placed her in this role for a season and that she will have fulfilled his intended mission and will be leaving the district in a strong place for her successor. No decisions have been made about Mrs. Williams' future plans after 2026 June, whether inside or outside of the district. The board collectively thanks Mrs. Williams for her willingness to step into a new role as interim superintendent in June of 2023 to provide stability and lead our district on an interim basis. Mrs. Williams, a lifelong Colleton resident, student, and educator in our schools, has provided a stabilizing and calming influence for our school system and our community at a critical time. Under Mrs. Williams' tenure as superintendent, the State Department of Education removed Colleton's designated status for underperforming districts, for which we are very thankful. The board anticipates initiating discussions in early fall regarding the process for our superintendent search so that a successor may be in place before Mrs. Williams' departure to ensure a smooth transition. Community and parental and staff input will be sought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Whitcomb, for reading that. And once again, thank you, board members and our attorneys and staff for being here with us tonight. Our next meeting will be April the 8th, and then it'll be spring break, and we'll meet the following week. For those of you that can come tomorrow at 2:30, there'll be a ribbon cutting for the new cafe at Colleton County High School. Have a good night, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Right hand and aye. Thank you. We're adjourned.